Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? You're well? Nice, nice. Good to hear that. So today I'm gonna try and implement something different. I want to try and create like an event pops up. How do you call it? I forgot. Basically a server that handles a bunch of events from the server, from the game server, I mean, and from like third-party API clients, which would improve some, or like allow some third-party integrations with the game itself. So, where do I even start? I don't know. I'm still like trying to develop a plan in my head about this. And I'm not even sure right now what would be the best approach. But I think it would look something like that. So we have, let's separate some things. Hello, Black Beverage. I'm doing good. Good, thank you. How are you doing? So here we have like game server. Right. Then this new component that I'm trying to create, this is gonna be, I don't know, probably like event bus server or event bus, event sub bus or something like that. And here we will have like clients. Right. So we need to come up with some architecture. So what I have in mind that we have this server running, and that would be a WebSocket or even socket.io server. And the game server, which consists of multiple components like login server, vault server, and there could be multiple vault server per each vault, they will basically connect to this thing. So they will connect here, and then clients will connect to event sub. So this is like a middle ground. We can probably even separate those pretty hard within the event sub. And basically, the game server can send certain events, like, for example, somebody written a message to the chat message, to the channel chat message. And then we can notify the clients that are subscribed to that event, right? The biggest challenge here is the authentication, because these clients are not necessarily the user clients. They are applications that behave not behave, but how do you call it? They act on behalf of the user. So we actually need four sections here, I guess. So we will have another thing. Wait. Oh, crap. And we have like a user. Users. So users interact with the clients. Let me how do I do this? I hate this new paint, to be honest. Well, whatever. It's gonna be like that, I guess. So yeah, users allow clients to contact on behalf of them to the events app, and game server also talks to the events app, and it basically lets them talk to each other, right? So the biggest challenge is, let's say we authenticate the user. Wait. So technically clients can authenticate the users against the Ymirheim ID. They will have their information, right? But doesn't mean anything in this case, because event sub needs to authenticate some requests. So for example, we can probably have some channels, let's say, in the event sub public. One channel would be like, for example, for the chat. Hello, Ryuji. Hi. Yeah, I'm trying to think on the solution for the chat bot to actually talk to the server without talking to the server. So this is going to be a challenge for me, but hopefully if I figure out the architecture, the actual implementation should be relatively easy. It shouldn't take a lot of time. The main problem is to figure out what to do, how to implement it, what would be the approach. And the authentication is the main problem. So clients can authenticate the users, right? But we need to, so let's say we authenticated the user, we can retrieve the token, the JWT for the user, with some certain scopes that event sub expects, right? So the clients can technically send those tokens directly to event sub. So for example, let's say a user asks the client to check, for example, I don't know, the current level of the character, or like basic information of their character. The client knows the user, they authenticated it, they keep the session, and they have the token stored, and ideally they can refresh the token, because the token is not gonna last for long. Then, using that token, they form a request to event sub on behalf of the user, they include this token, and they send it to the event sub. Event sub can validate the token pretty easily. And then from that token, what is it gonna know? It's gonna know just, it's gonna know only the user the user UUID. That's a problem, because on the game server, we have separate user IDs, we have character IDs, right? So it knows the user's UUID. Crap. This is gonna be a huge problem. What am I planning there? So basically, clients is what your bot is gonna be. It's gonna be the client in this scenario. And it will be talking to a separate event sub server that's just designed to handle messages and notifications and stuff like that. And the game servers will also talk to that server, because there are multiple servers. You don't need to bother with their architecture. They also work with the binary protocol. So basically, trying to figure out how to couple all these things together, especially in the context of the user authentication. Because once the client authenticates the user, it will have a token, and the token will include the signature of Ymirheim ID, and it will include just the user's unique ID. But the game server, only the login component of the game server, knows what user ID is, how to interpret it. Some functionality is really basic. For example, when someone sends a chat message into the channel chat, the world chat, we can just send a message directly to events app from the game server without even bothering checking what do we need else. Everybody can receive those messages, and then any client that is connected to the events app will receive that message. So that's easy. The problem is, let's say a user wants to send a chat message. They send it to the client. Client knows the token, so it adds the token to the chat message, sends it to the event sub, and then that event sub needs to decide what to do, because we need to translate that token wait. It can be much easier. It can probably be much easier. So when the user authenticates on the client obtains the token, right? And it actually can call event sub right away and ask it to get the list of available vaults or information about the user that corresponds to this token, and event sub can send that request to the login server. So again, here we have a login server, and we have multiple vaults. So let's say a user gets authenticated here, then using the token and just using the token, we request the event sub to authenticate the user, get the user info. Event sub sends this token to the login server, and the login server gets back the information of user ID, like the actual game server user ID, and let's say access level, and the policies. Right. And the event sub, so I have this information. Wait a second. So we have user ID, access level, and policies cannot be actually stored here. We can only... No, wait. On the event sub, we cannot store anything. It's a stateless application. So if we don't store anything on event sub, then we send that information to the client. And yeah, we can send ID, access level, policies, but access level and policies doesn't matter at all. We can just store the user ID. And we could also probably send the list of vaults, or maybe that would be another. Yeah, we can send the list of available vaults for that particular user. So then the user would need to choose a character, like connect a character or choose a character. So they issue a request to the client. The client gets the token and the user ID that it knows. Let's mark this as token. And we have the ID. So it sends these two things to event sub to retrieve the list of vaults and characters on each vault, maybe. Or maybe we just select vault first. So here, when we select a vault, so yeah, now in the token and the user ID, why do we need the user ID? This will still go to the login server. So the login server can send the list of vaults as well in here. Then we pick a vault. So ID and vault. Right. Then the user would have to select a character. So for example, we send a list of characters, request a list of characters. Yeah, this is bad. Even knowing all the IDs. So like we can now in the world ID, you can request, like here, we can request a list of worlds. No, list of characters of specified world. So we send from here, we send request to the selected world, and we receive with the user ID as an argument, and we receive a list of characters for that user ID, and then we send back to the client the list of characters. The character can select user ID and the client stores that user ID, for example. Then we will have the context of character ID and world ID and user ID. So let's say we have, let me revert that. Let's say next thing would be, for example, send a chat message on behalf of user. So user just sends a chat message to the client. Client knows the token ID. So token ID, what am I doing? ID, world ID, and character ID. So it can basically send all this information to the event sub with the user's message as well. And event sub, now in the world ID, will just transfer that message to the world. The problem is it cannot authenticate. Or can it? No, it can. Well, it can authenticate the token, but token does not include user ID, world ID, character ID. It doesn't know what would that be. But yeah, we can theoretically send that information, including the token, to the world. And then world, yeah, the world can only just validate the token, which doesn't include the user ID even, let alone the character ID. So it cannot validate that the message actually comes, and the event sub as well cannot validate that the message actually comes from the user. But okay, wait a second. What if we... So we have this, right? This is what we have at the moment, stored on the client side. And the user wants to send a message. Basically, my initial idea would be that this event sub operates on the user level, so each connection is a user. That way, that would be extremely easy. So the user would send a token to the event sub to like authenticate. Event sub will send that token to the login, and it will receive the user ID if the authentication is valid, and maybe the list of worlds. And then it can send it back to the client. And we can store that information on an event sub-session level. Session level, huh? Wait. We can actually do this, but not... Actually, yeah, tied to the connection. So, wait a second. Let me get rid of all of this. So, the client authenticates the user. We have the token. Then, and it's just there. It doesn't interact with the events app at this time. We just have the token, right? When the client starts, so let's say this is a bot, and it just starts, it can connect to the events app. It can connect to the events app, right? And it can send... And the client technically stores multiple tokens for a lot of different people. Right? But yeah, it theoretically can... Let's mark it as here. So we have multiple tokens like this. So a user... Let's say, no. First of all, the client just connects to the events app. It doesn't care about any tokens or whatever, right? It just initiates a connection. And it starts receiving some public information, like for example, a world sends the global chat message and events app sends it to the client. We don't need any authentication for that. Or another thing, let's say a user logs in, we increment like the counter of logged in users on the world, and it can also send that number to the events app. Events app can propagate that to every client. Okay. Right. And we have the connection. Then, let's say a user wants to do something, right? A user wants to send a chat message. So the user sends the chat message. Client takes a token for that user, augments that with any additional information that... No, wait. Not the chat message then. A user, let's say, needs to select a character to do any kind of operation on behalf of that character. So user sends the request to the client. Client adds a token to that message and sends a request to the events app with the token to get a list of worlds and characters on each world, or just select a list of worlds. So events app forwards that with the token to the login. Login sends back the information, like list of available worlds, and let's say event sub now authenticates this connection of a client with this information that it's allowed to communicate on behalf of the user ID, because the token, the login server approved the token and agreed to provide access to the event sub. Hello, Kurisawa. So now here we have like user ID. Actually, yeah, like we have this information is the same thing. So events app can authenticate this session for multiple user IDs. And then we send the information back to the client. We don't care. We display the information to the user with the list of worlds. And the same would be for the characters. User selects a character. One sec. Yeah, user selects a character. We do exactly the same thing. We don't even need the token at that point anymore because we already have a connection that's authenticated for that user. And it can be authenticated for multiple users. But yeah, we have this connection authenticated for this specific user. Now we need to just retrieve the list of characters. And we need the world ID. So in the events app, we store not only the world ID, we would need to store not only user ID, but we need to store all the world IDs. Let me start writing that down. So events sub session. It would need to contain what? External ID or Ymirheim ID user UUID, something like that. It would need to store user ID. It would need to have access level and user policies. So this information can be retrieved from the login server. Then we also need worlds, and each world will have AD. It will have character IDs. So we need to store this as a session in an event sub. And every time, so just when let me remove all of that for now. So the clients do have tokens, right? And maybe some stored information that they retrieved again from the event sub. And every time, let's say a user wants to send a chat message. So user wants to send a chat message. Let's say we also store user ID dash world ID. Sorry for my scribbles. And character ID. We also store that together with the tokens for each user. So when we start the client, it just connects to the event sub and there are no sessions here. Well, a session opens, but all of this. Wait. We need to support multiple users. So a session can contain a collection of this. So we need to authenticate a session for a user. So a session would have, yeah, like something like this. And then another one. And each connection will have a list like that. So then the client is established the connection, right? And right now the session is empty. Then, assuming the users have already like communicated like that, and they know their user ID, world ID, and client ID, they want to send a chat message. So user sends the chat message. We take the no. We see on our side, on the client side, we also know which ones are authenticated at the moment for the current connection on the event sub. If the current user is not currently authenticated on event sub, we take the token. Yeah, there would be multiple requests. So we take the token and we send it to event sub to authenticate. It sends the request to login with that token, and login responds that everything okay. We now store the user ID, just this portion, access level policies without vaults. So we now know this. And we get back to our client with this information that, yeah, we have that. Then the client would probably also need to indicate the user on the vault. So it will send another request to event sub with the vault ID to like request the list of vaults. No, a list of characters for the given vault, and then we contact the vault response, and we store vault ID, client ID here as well. Then we get back to the client with that, and only then the client can take the message and send it to event sub. Now that it have that authenticated on all the levels. Maybe we can combine these two calls. Maybe we can actually well, technically we can skip the authentication of vaults and characters. Well, we will have the list of vaults. It's just we don't have the character list for the user right away. Maybe we can request that from each vault right away in the event sub, but that would be weird. But maybe we don't have to store the character IDs on the event sub, and Vault can actually validate that the user character ID corresponds to the user ID. Yes. So we just have Vault IDs. We don't care about the characters. This can be filled in with just a single available vaults with a single request to the login server. That's good. So yeah, it looks like that. So the client sends a request, first of all, to authenticate the user on the event sub. We do that through the login server, and then the event sub is authenticated. It has this user ID, and it gets back to the client. So then the client knows everything is good. We take this message and we send it directly to specific vault on behalf of specific character ID. Event sub, wait. First of all, we send it to event sub, and we have message, we have user ID in there, we have vault ID, and we have the character ID. Event sub can now validate that the user ID is correct is authenticated for this client connection, and it just sends the message to the corresponding vault looking at the vault ID. And it also can, authenticate the user has access to the vaults. So the user can have access to the vault, so then it sends the message to the vault. And then on the vault, we take the user ID and character ID. We also check that the vault ID is correct, corresponds to our current vault. But yeah, we take the user ID, we take the character ID, we look into our database, looking for this character ID and user ID combination, and we retrieve, for example, the character name and information like that, right? And we just send the message. So the client would have to know that which users it's authenticated for the current event sub session, because every time this restarts or something bad happens, sessions get cleared. So we can do that. So now, another problem is, how can we subscribe the user or subscribe the client to a specific event of specific user? That's gonna be much more complex. So let's say, I don't know, chat message arrives for the user on the Vault server. Vault server can send, without looking, can just send that information directly to event sub. Event sub can take a look at which sessions are authenticated for that user ID, right? Yes. And it can send the message to the client. But that means that the client has to be authenticated within this connection, within this session. And that means if we, for example, want the client to receive messages for a lot of users, let's say 1,000 users, the client during the startup and connection to the events app would have to authenticate everyone, which is really bad. This is unacceptable, unfortunately. So we cannot just send it like that. We need to know who we send this to. So for example, if the client is not authenticated to receive messages for this user, we don't send it. So yeah, technically this will work, but for limited uses. So we can receive public messages, we can send and receive responses, like simple request response things directly, but we cannot receive events, which is bad. Okay, how else can we do this? It would be nice if events app can store information. If it can store information, then we can probably authenticate once. So let's say client has some ID, like client ID, right? And each time a new user registers on the client just send the register message to the events app, and the events app will just store an association of user ID and the client ID. And each time the client connects and authenticates itself, we can authenticate automatically populate the session, except we can't, because the user access level can change, user policies can change, available roles can change. Only user ID stays unchanged. So this pair How would that help us? So if we can authenticate once and store that information, then once we connect, we have all the user IDs. So when we receive a message, and it's meant for a user ID, we can send it to the client. Disregard the world ID, character ID, just send all the messages of all the users, of all the worlds and all the characters, but for this specific user to the client. And then the client can filter it out if it wants. It can take a look at world ID, client ID, and then send the user a notification, let's say. Can I ask a question about something else? Yeah, sure. Go for it. So another way would be, let me open another editor, another paint. Should I commit the code to main or release? To the master branch. There is a master branch, that's the main one. You can commit the code right there. So, let's say we have another approach. We also have our 4 actors, let's say. And this is going to be like game servers, transferred from main to release. Don't touch release. Like you should only care about the master branch and just work inside it if you want to create more branches, but the master branch will be your main branch and you can just push a code to there. And once it's ready, I can like do the release myself. Merge it into the release branch. Okay, so another way of doing this, again, here we have just the token and some preferences. So, hello dull dark, sorry. So, let's say a user, well, like once we authenticate the user, we now want to subscribe the user to certain events. And what we can do is, once we pick the world and the character, we can create a subscription. We can create a request to subscribe. One sec. We also have like CL ID, let's call it like that, client ID. So, multiple user tokens. So, clients creates a request to subscribe a user with the specific token to certain list of events. And that would be an offline subscription. Right. Maybe this is actually good still. So another idea that maybe we can do would be that we validate the token first. Let's say it's validated already. And then we send a request to a vault to subscribe to certain events. And the vault stores that information in its database. So then when it needs to emit an event, let's say a chat message appeared, right? It can take a look at the subscribed events and see that this particular event is subscribed to by a certain client ID. And it sends, right. Yeah, it can send an information with CLID to event sub with the event information, let's say a private message or something like that. And then event sub will see if the client is connected, and it will send that information to the client. Then the client will look up its database and match the user based on the server's user ID and stuff like that, and notify the user. And that way event sub can actually be stateless, completely stateless. So yeah, we have three options basically. It's bad that they didn't save the very first chart that they had. But yeah, we have three options. First, we store the information only on the client side, and we authenticate the client each time it connects to event sub. We authenticate that client. Wait. Well, yeah, we'll authenticate every client each time we connect to event sub, which is not an option. Because in theory, a single client can have access to thousands of users if they permit the access and act on their behalf. And each time we connect to event sub, especially if we have, I don't know, some network problems, or event sub restarts multiple times, or the client restarts multiple times, every time we establish this session between the client and event sub, we would have to authenticate every single user. That would also mean that we would need to go do a round trip to the login server to do that. So yeah, that's not an option. Second is we store the sessions in the event sub database, which I really don't want to, but we can. Then when the client connects, we have the CLAD. Event sub pulls the information of the CLAD of what kind of user that is. And it can actually only store these two, which is also bad because we don't know access level, we don't know policies. So let's say if a user got banned, it's still gonna be able to send messages, for example, because event sub wouldn't be aware of that. What if we combine the first approach to the on-demand requests? So let's say a user wants to send a chat message. Then we do all of that. We authenticate the token. Event sub now knows more information, including the access level. And yeah, we then send the message. But for offline events, like a message gets received for the user, the vault can maybe do this approach. Or maybe event sub can actually store this information, right? And also CLAD. So it knows these three things, and these three are optional. Those are session related. And those are only needed when a user performs certain actions. We need to know their access level, we need to know their policies, and available vault. And we can request that from the login server on demand, and we can also set an expiration time to this piece of data. But this will stay unchanged, and it will be stored in the event sub directory database, I mean. So when a vault issues like an event that a message is received for certain user ID, vault ID, character ID, event sub looks up client ID by the user ID value. And if the client is connected, it sends the information there, and then the client can decide that, yeah, I have this user ID in common, I have this vault ID, character ID, and then I can send it to the specific user. Or if we don't want to store any data on event sub, if we don't want to store any data on event sub, so we would still need a round trip to the login server every time we receive like a new request on behalf of a user and we want to execute that request, we would have to authenticate against the login server for limited amount of time. I don't like this. But yeah, to know this, we would have to retrieve that information from the login server. Technically, login server can notify event sub about any changes, but that is not going to be reliable. Let's say a login server loses the connection to event sub. In the meantime, the access level changes, then event sub reconnects, or rather login reconnects to event sub. It's not gonna receive these changes. Like I had another idea, not just storing the subscriptions of client ID to certain events, certain user character world. We can also issue a token on the vault. We can issue a token on the vault. This is too complex. So if we issue a token on the vault, what would that mean? That this particular client ID is authorized to act on behalf of the specific character, right? Or even user. Wait, what we can do is when we authenticate a user, we receive the token from the Ymirheim ID. We could do similar with the login server. So instead of tracking this and like requesting the authentication and event sub, we could basically do almost the same, except we address the login server here and we ask for the game authentication token. And the login server issues the token, let's say for 1 or 2 hours. Let's say for 1 hour. And we receive that token here. Event sub doesn't even store that in the session. We receive our... so we give client ID, Ymirheim ID, user, UUID, user ID, and we receive user ID, access level policies, available vaults in a signed token, and the client can store that token. And then, instead of using Ymirheim ID token, it can use that token directly when issuing a request. That would be much nicer. And when it expires, then the client will actually know that that token expired, and it can, when the user requests another action and it says that the token is expired, it can issue another one and then do the request. This is very complex, but it is what it is. This is my server architecture. I can't go around that. I can't talk to the vault directly without knowing like the access level and policies of the user and let it perform any actions. Vault needs to know the access level and the policies to see if it can actually do anything. But yeah, if we do these like tokens, then events app can be like extremely dumb. It will just relay messages. And it doesn't even need the client ID in this case. But then, yeah, we also have notifications about offline messages. How do we do that? We need to somehow know where to send them. I don't like the idea that game server knows something about the event sub and the client IDs and stuff like that. So yeah, basically we can store that information on the event sub level. And then just relay the messages. But there is another problem. Like, let's say a user disconnected the client. So they deleted the refresh token from Ymirheim ID basically. And the clients no longer can issue the tokens and refresh them, the tokens, I mean. That would mean that all the subscriptions are still in place. And you can't even unsubscribe because you don't have the token anymore. Huh. So if we do it like that, then we have no way of invalidating those subscriptions from the whole database at all. This is really bad. I don't know, to be honest. Like, the only way would be to actually authenticate every client each time we connect to Events app to make it work like this. But that would be oof. And each time do the round trip to the login server to refresh the permissions. And also, yeah, I don't like the idea of storing the subscriptions to events on the vault server. And okay, if we store the subscriptions on the event sublevel, and we actually have the data persisted within event sub, shouldn't be a big problem. It's very minimal information. What would we need to know there? You would need to know the association of unique user ID, UUID, and user ID on the login server. Because the vault will send the messages with the user ID in it. And we need to somehow detect where do we send them back. This is the main problem. And yeah, I can see only two ways of solving that. Is every time a client connects to Event Sub, it authenticates on behalf of the user. And then we know that, like association. Or we start an Event Sub on the very stupid level, which would be client ID, user ID, and unique user ID, I guess. Or maybe we don't even need that. But yeah, just association of clients and users. So when we receive a message for a user, we pick a connected client and we send the information to the client right away. So when the user gets banned, we will still send the messages, I guess. Is that good or not? That's fine. That's okay, I think. But when the token expires and it cannot be refreshed, like the user rejected the client, if the user rejected the client will still continue to receive the messages. It won't be able to send any requests on behalf of the user, but they would still be able to receive the messages, which is not good. Also, I don't really like this necessary step with authenticating against the login server each time. So there's multiple things. First of all, the user, for example, creates a request to the client. The client, first of all, needs to check if the authentication token is not expired. If it did expire, it needs to refresh it on Ymirheim ID. Then it also needs to check if the login server session is not expired. If it is expired, it would have to take this token and send it to the login server so the event sub is authenticated. And we need that to get the access level policies. Vaults. Okay, there is another way of doing this. I can probably just set up a WebSocket server on the login server itself directly. What would that mean? That would mean that these two things now are gonna be like brought together. So for each message, we can easily validate the user token, and we can retrieve the user ID basically instantly. And then we can decide what to do with the request. We can forward it to the vault. We always know that the user has access to the vault or doesn't have access to the vault, and we just send the request to the vault from login. And then vault can respond. Okay. And we don't have to authenticate. We can just take this token. Let me draw that, because this is a completely new and different approach. So we'll eliminate the event subserver. We make it a part of the login server. Well, still I'm gonna divide that in 4 pieces. So we have user, client, we have login, and we have vault. Right? So the client connects to login directly. Oof, I don't like this. But okay, let's say client connects to the login directly. To a WebSocket server. Right? Then also client knows the token that it retrieved from the Ymirheim ID, and it has multiple of those for every user it manages. So when the user sends a request to send, for example, a chat message, client adds the token or refreshes the token and sends that to the login. The login can directly check the login, check the token, validate it, get the access level, get the policies, available vaults. Well, it doesn't need to know available vaults because it can just check every time on every request if a user has access to the vault that it wants to interact with. Right. And then the login can just send that message directly to vault. I don't really like that the login server gets exposed then, even through the WebSocket server, but it still gets exposed. And for example, it can theoretically cause a lot of problems like increased server load if somebody spams it or something like that. With this architecture, it's protected. But wait, if it is with this architecture, why don't we why don't we forward that again through the login still? So we have event sub, but we send requests through the login server. That would eliminate this round trip. But the login server would have to proxy those requests, which I think is fine. It's at least going to be protected by this event sub thing. Well, still it is going to be exposed somewhat. It's still going to be exposed. The main problem is I need to authenticate the user ID that Vault is aware of. It cannot just look at this token and say that yes, I can do that. No, because the user ID on the Vault is different from what we have on the Ymirheim ID and on this token. Also, if we eliminate event sub, that means that all the user access level and policy changes are instant, because login will check them. It will know about them. If somebody gets banned, login server knows that. It's the first instance that handles that. Okay, that means that I will have to go through the login server. Now the question is, do I protect it with event sub or not? That's the question. Another question is subscriptions. How a client can subscribe to events and retain that subscription across restarts. Because it cannot subscribe for every client every time. So again, if login server is aware of that, and login server stores those subscriptions, so it has like a client ID stored in there, and the list of events that the client ID, that the client is subscribed to. But okay, another question is, if the user refuses to work with the client anymore, how do you even call that? Disconnects the client. How can we handle that situation on the login server side? The only thing that's gonna happen is this token is gonna expire. This token is gonna expire. All the subscriptions are still gonna be there, so when the client connects again to the login server, it will still continue receiving the data. Another thing is if we make this public and we have just a single, then we have just a single WebSocket server, which again is not acceptable. Because we can only have a single instance of a login server. Why is this so complex? What if we have event subscriptions on the world level and we store that basically on the character level, not even on the world level, but on the character level. So we subscribe to events of a certain character. Then the player, the user, would be able to unsubscribe from those events from the game, I guess. It can create a chat comment, for example. It's not the perfect solution because, yeah, you disconnect the client on Ymirheim ID level. The client would not be able to execute anything, but it will still receive data. And to do that, you need to go into the game and unsubscribe. I don't know, to be honest. I think this is nice. So a user can subscribe to notifications through the event sub for a specific client. Once the user does that, the world will just know to send those messages to the event sub when needed for the specified client. That's like just like a connection. I think this is what we have to do. Otherwise, it's not realistic, because doing this for every user on the startup is not realistic at all, especially if you have thousands of users subscribed. Even hundreds, even 10 users, that would take ages. And it would create a huge load on everything, on the client, on the events app, on the login server. It's not okay. So first of all, we do need to identify the clients somehow. So we do need to issue this client ID. So yeah, we need to do this approach. User initiates the subscription with the token. Then one sec. So the user initiates the request to subscribe to certain events for a specific character on specific world for this specific client. Probably I would have to do that through a web form, like to actually let the user know that this client wants to subscribe to certain events, and you won't be able to unsubscribe it just by disconnecting the client from Ymirheim ID. You would actually have to do that from the game. But okay, that's details. For now, I don't have to bother with that. That can be implemented. But yeah, basically, you subscribe a client ID. So here I will also send CL ID and the list of events, and it will be stored on the world level. It will be stored on the world level. And then world, when something happens, like a private message appears, it can even probably load this into memory as a minimalistic list of like client ID and the IDs of the events that it's subscribed to. But yeah, then when something happens, like email arrives or private message appears, we can look into this table basically and see that actually not just the client ID, but also the character ID. So something for the character ID happened. We look into the table, we see that, for this character ID, this event is subscribed by this client ID, and we send a notification to the events app addressed to that client ID, and if the client ID is connected, we send then the notification, and then the client can do whatever it wants to interact with the user. What about the on-demand messages then, on-demand requests? we would either have to go through the login in that case, or do a round trip to the login to obtain a temporary information. And this is gonna be complex. Because yeah, this would have to be done on every request. What if, when doing this subscription, Vault can issue a token that doesn't expire? Can issue a token that doesn't expire, because this list of subscriptions will not expire. And the client will receive data. So maybe it's gonna be whatever. We just issue a token that doesn't expire and we send it to the client, so then the client can use that token to talk to the vault. But what about access level then and the policies? Because that can change. Access level and policies. Access level and policies. Yeah, Valve doesn't know about access level and policies at all. If the user gets banned, having this token that never expires would mean that, yeah, the user would be able to do whatever they want through that client having that token. What if when the access level changes, the login server would notify Vault, and if the Vault sees different permissions, different actions would need different access level and different policies. Like, for example, mail could be blocked, but everything else can work. Oof, I don't know. I guess it would have to go through the login server. If we do it like this, so for example, you can, like once you request the data from the login server, it stays on the event sub for a certain time, for 1 hour, for example. And then you can reuse it to continue with the next requests. But not sure if that's very useful. Like, yeah, it would save this round trip on some of the requests. But still, I believe like if a user responds like once a day to a message or something like that, that doesn't make much sense, because the round trip would still be executed every time they do that. And if we do that through the login, so let's say event sub, wait. So we can do something like that, but here the login will be protected by event sub. So if the login is protected by event sub, it's basically gonna be like that. But the event sub can basically eliminate some bad traffic, for example, and it also can handle like a lot of different clients if we would have that in the future without loading the login at all. And only when we do some actual requests. So what would that mean? So let's say we want to send a chat message. Then the client just appends the token, appends the IDs of the character and the role that they would like to use. We send it to the event sub. Event sub notifies the login with the same information. Login can validate the token. It will know the access level policies and can validate the vault right away. And then forward that message to the vault. And the vault will just execute it. And we wouldn't have to worry about like refreshing some information on the event sub. Event sub will be stupid. But yeah, that means that we have to do this client ID thing. Okay. Let's take a look. Anyway, it would have to do something like that every time, I guess. We would need to get the user by external user ID. So here we would just get the information about the user. We get the user information. And then we also need the policies. Okay. Not sure if I like this. But yeah, I guess this is the only way we can do this. It has to actually go through the login server. Just to be able to authenticate with the token. Another stupid way would be if we don't want to publish this. That would be a completely private ecosystem. That means that we just authenticate once and we trust this client. If we trust this client, then we can authenticate, we can communicate with the login server directly. And the client would handle any rate limiting. We can communicate with the login server directly, so when someone wants to send a message to the chat, we just send the user ID, world ID, character ID. And on the login server, we only need to check if the user is banned or has policies, stuff like that. Or doesn't have policies required. And then forward that to the vault. Maybe we can start with that. But actually, I don't think it matters. It's not a lot of work to actually implement this on top of event sub. I think it's even quicker if I use something like socket.io. Checking the token is easy, and I would still have to check like access level and the policies. So checking the token in addition to that is nothing basically. And we would be future-proof in that case, which would mean that maybe we can publish some kind of API later that third-party users can use and create their own clients. Let me double check my list. Yeah, I think this is gonna be it. This will allow us everything that we need. And I don't think I can improve that in any other way. Like I cannot get rid of the login server, unfortunately. So in this case, what would we have to do to implement the communication between the login and world? Because it could be just as simple as one message, one type of packet, and then we handle all of that on the world level. But I think it would be better to actually have different packets per every single type of action. But that's gonna be a lot. Like, even for the mail, it would be like one to list, read, compose, delete, 4 different packets. So I think I'm gonna implement like something very simple, like, I don't know. What can I do? Just a simple message, like API request or something like that, that would contain the actual request. And like user ID, character ID, stuff like that. That would also mean that the world cannot communicate to the event sub directly. So this is gonna be different. So when we have a subscription to a list of events, the world is not gonna send it directly to event sub, it's gonna send it to the login, and then the login is gonna send it to the event sub. Oof, I don't know. I really don't like this. And if we let the login issue a token, its own token that contains signed information, user, and list of roles, list of characters, maybe, or just world, character and user. If we do that, and we let the world use it, if we let the world use it, but we also introduce some kind of invalidation mechanism that, for example, we when the world connects to the login, for example, login can notify the world that these tokens are invalid. That would also mean that if I would want to ban a user, I cannot do that in the database directly. I would have to go through the login server and ban the user properly, maybe with the GM command. So then the login server can notify everybody else that something got updated. I think that would be the best way. But for the client, that would mean that the client would have to keep 2 tokens up to date. So when a user wants to do something, like perform any action, first the client would have to check if the token is not expired, and it will probably be expired, so the client would have to go and refresh it on the Ymirheim ID. Then it would have to check if the login token is expired, and it probably will. Then it would have to request the authentication to the login server through the event sub. Then login server would issue the token that the client then can use to actually perform requests against the vault server. I don't know. This looks so janky. So we're back to this same architecture. Except event sub doesn't do any kind of authentication and checks, just forwards the messages. And the client would have to be sure that it's up to date, those 2 tokens. But I think this is what I would have to do. So then the vault will know that this particular token. Wait. What if we issue the login server tokens for much longer? Like, let's say, I don't know, 1 day or multiple days. Then the client would have to only worry about 1 token most of the time and check if it's expired. And when it is expired, then it's gonna refresh the Ymirheim ID token, then go refresh this new token. Or wait, we can do something similar to auth and actually issue a refresh token. A refresh token. Why? I don't know. So another refresh token for this one. So to refresh this one, you would have to go to the login server with that token, which would contain the actual user ID. And you don't need this token anymore in that case. You can just refresh that, and that will update this information. So the only purpose of that refresh token would be to just update the access level policies and access to the vaults without having to like go to Ymirheim ID to do that. But again, if somebody decides to disconnect the client from Ymirheim ID, that would mean that the token is still there on the client. The login server token is still on the client, and it still can be refreshed. But at least that means that we wouldn't have to bother with the checks of like access level and stuff like that and put that through the login server all the time. We can just use the token to communicate to the vault directly, and the vault will just trust those values. And if something changes, login server can issue like a invalidation request on the vault, and the vault will just know that this token is invalid and it cannot accept it anymore. How bad would be this thing, like if we actually have to refresh 2 tokens once per hour per user? The refresh token can live for 1 day, maybe. Or maybe this whole token can live for 1 day. Right? Well, technically we have the same problem with like forums and stuff like that. They just authenticate you once, and if you don't log out, you still stay logged in. And you can disconnect the clients how much times you want. It wouldn't change anything. Crap. There is another problem, like if the user gets blocked on Ymirheim ID, they won't be able to connect to the game, but they still would be able to perform these actions through event sub. But yeah, that's technically a problem in a lot of cases. Again, user can be banned, but they still can use forum unless they log out or try to log in from a different device. So that's another problem that needs to be fixed. That's like an invalidation of logins, and that can be done. Like similar to what I plan to do there with invalidation of these tokens. So what we need is we just need this token one time to authenticate against the login server can issue its own token and refresh token. And let it like sit for 1 hour. Even now, it can just issue a token, a signed token for the login server that can be validated on the vault for, I don't know, a month easily. Because if something changes on the login server, we can just notify the vault servers that this token is invalid, don't accept it anymore. And the vault server can have its own table. So vault server can have its own table with invalidated tokens. So when login server sends this notification to the vault server will just store that in the table until the token expires, which would be indefinitely, right? No, we would have to do that, I don't know, once per day at least. Because access levels and policies can change. So when a user gets banned, for example, and the token was issued, we just invalidate the token, and next time you would try to request it. Next time you would try to request it, it will force the whole refresh situation. And technically, wait. We can get rid of refreshing of this token completely, I think. Like login server can issue this token for unlimited amount of time, right? For unlimited amount of time. And just invalidate it if something changes. That would be really easy to do. What would that be easy to do? I don't know, to be honest. So let's say this lives indefinitely. We just use Ymirheim ID token one time to connect to the login server and verify that we have access to the user, to the vault, and to the character. User, vault, and character. And also maybe to know the character name. That's tricky. What if the name gets changed? Yeah, that's tricky. Let's not do that. So user ID, vault ID, character ID. We sign that token. And we then can just use it anytime we want to perform an action. If something changes, like a policy gets changed, or I don't know, access level, Yeah, I'm still online. Good afternoon. How are you doing? So, if something get changed, we invalidate the token and we store it in the list of invalidated tokens. And the list ideally should be on the login side. But again, this list will grow if this would be an indefinite token. So I think I have to add some kind of refresh functionality to this, and for this token have a limited amount of time availability. So we issue a token, let's say for 1 day. Could be even 1 week, I think. Could be 1 week. So if token is issued for 1 week and something changes, then we store this token in the list of invalidated tokens, and we forward that information to the vault maybe every time a vault connects, because this way the token will be like quite the list of tokens, amount of tokens, probably gonna be not too extensive. And if something globally changes, we just change the signature of the login server, which would invalidate all those tokens. What are we looking at today? Well, a bunch of architecture decisions. I want to basically create an API to the game server so that that somebody can communicate with the game server externally without logging into the game through the game client. Like other clients can do other stuff. And the easiest example would be to access the game chat from somewhere else. And this is complex because of my server architecture is complex. Like the old server doesn't know who is who looking at the Ymirheim ID token. Only the login server knows that, but all the actual operations are being performed on the vault server. So there is a lot of jungling between pieces of information and signatures. Another server that has a similar structure, they use API for login security and market in-game. What game is that? Ragnarok Online 1? Or is it something else? Ragnarok. So yeah, I guess that's, yeah, the original Ragnarok. Well, even that one is much easier than my structure, because I have more logical layers. It's ridiculous. They use API for login security and market in-game. So do they have like, are you talking about just a control panel on the website that you can like perform market operations from that control panel? If so, then that's probably done in a completely easier way than I'm talking about right now. Because usually those like control panels for Ragnarok Online 1 are done extremely stupidly. They just connect to the game database directly, which is not the case here. You cannot connect to the game database at all externally. Well, theoretically I could do that, but that wouldn't do much, because what I need here is I need actual real-time communications with the game server. So for example, the chat is not going through the database. It's a real-time data. And I want somebody like using a third-party client to be able to send a chat message. And to do that, first of all, that client needs to be authenticated on an Ymirheim ID. So then you like know that the user is there, the Ymirheim ID user is there. But then the game server like game server as a whole actually knows what Ymirheim ID user corresponds to what user in the game and what characters it has. But in practice, those are two different servers. So I have a login server, which knows that, yeah, this user ID corresponds to this user ID in Ymirheim ID, and it knows how to validate that. And it knows like permissions and stuff like that. Then we have the vault server, which manages a vault and all the real-time communication across multiple zones. That one doesn't know anything about Ymirheim ID. It just knows internal user ID that login server can tell. But on its own, it doesn't know anything. Then we have zone servers that communicate to the vault server. So yeah, it's complex. I did make this complex for myself on my own, just to be able to create a more scalable architecture, a more modular architecture, but now I have a huge problem that I need to solve. Could actually be, but I'm not sure, to be honest. It's possible to look for MVP timer in game too. That's also extremely easy to do. It's also done through the database. Well, let me ask that, why are we considering the structure now? What are we looking to accomplish by having the API webhook connected to server events? Maybe a Discord bot. Theoretically, maybe. We'll see if that's gonna be possible. But yeah, I also had a lot of plans for the actual control panel on the website, which would also use the same system. And also I need it for my internal purposes, like to be able to control the game server. That would also use something like that. That will what exactly? Like let you control your character. But yeah, it's for now, it's in theory. For now, at least I need to solve this architecture thing. And I do need it for a lot of different purposes, not just the Discord bot. And in theory, if I solve this like theoretical problem, how we jungle the tokens, the authentication tokens and stuff, it could be pretty easy to actually implement. It's not a lot. The main problem is to make it right so I can do what I want to in the future. Like it could be a pretty easy task, like 1-2 days of work, but I need to plan it. So if we have this token that expires, let's say once per day, that's already good. So we obtain a token from Ymirheim ID, we use that to connect to the login server and obtain this 1-day token. And maybe we can even include a refresh token for this, just to be able to refresh like this information. Right. But then so yeah, if we set this token to expire once per day or even once per hour, if we do this once per hour, then we probably don't even have to bother with like invalidating the token. So we just need to ask other server for a new token after a lifetime of previous one isn't. Yeah, like yeah, let's say we request a token from the login server that includes like all the information like user ID, access level policies, available vaults. And that token is signed and is valid for 1 hour. And it will also include like a refresh token. So using the token, we can now communicate to other servers. So now using that token, I can just include it in the request to the vault server, and it will know the user ID, vault ID, character ID, all the access level policies. It can take it directly from that token, and it can easily verify that that token was issued by the login server just by comparing the signature. So it doesn't have to then talk to the login server each time it needs to perform some action. It can just do that right away just by validating the token and then using the information from the token. So this is the main idea. So we eliminate communications between the servers, because every communication round trip increases the delay, increases the server load. So yeah, it's not very good. We just embed that information into the token, we sign it, and then we can use it to communicate with another server directly. The problem is when this information changes while the token is still not expired. Then let's say, I don't know, a user get banned on the login server, but the token is still valid for another hour, let's say. That means that for the next hour, that user can still interact with the vault server as if the user would not be banned, and the vault server will be happy to serve that user. So we need some kind of invalidation technique, or if we make this token lifetime pretty short, we can ignore that. We can agree that even if the user got banned, they still have 1 hour to be able to communicate with the vault server or something like that. So when this token expires, that's another question what to do. So this information expired. And there is two ways of doing that. We can go again through this loop of refreshing the token on the Ymirheim ID, going to the login server with that Ymirheim ID token and requesting the new token with this information and then using it. But that's a long round trip. Another way would be that the login server, together when issuing this token with like access level and character ID, it will also include a refresh token that can be used to just communicate with the login server directly without like using Ymirheim ID token. Because we already know what user that is. We know that they have permission to access login server. And the question still is like, do we need to update this information? So then we just refresh the token with the new information and we can communicate to the vault server. And we can also solve this problem either in addition to this solution or as a replacement solution. We can, whenever login server detects that some information get changed regarding the user that it issued a token for, it can invalidate the token and it can notify other servers that that particular token is no longer active even though it's not yet expired. How about check for changes on a login server periodically and just send back to needed server? We can potentially have thousands of users that we would need to check and then send that information. And another question is, what if the user would want to disconnect this client? Like, for example, it's a third-party client implemented by some other user, and they just let other users to connect to the game server through it. Like somebody develops a chat application, I don't know, or a mobile application. And the user no longer wants to use it. So to like disconnect that client from their account, they would have to do something like, I don't know. That's another question. That would mean that probably, I think the best approach would be to issue this token with the player information from the login server for probably 1 day, just for convenience, or maybe a couple of days, without a refresh token. And to refresh it, you need to use a Ymirheim ID token. So when you disconnect the client still has like 1 day to use this token. Then when it expires, it has to refresh the Ymirheim ID token to obtain the new one, and the Ymirheim ID will fail because the client is disconnected. So basically a bunch of questions, what needs to be invalidated where. Do you have some kind of caching level? Well, this event sub is going to be the actual like caching level, but what exactly do you mean? There is a lot of points that can cache multiple, like different kinds of information. But yeah, if the user disconnects the client, what we could also do is Ymirheim ID could send a notification, I don't know, to the login server or to event sub, and then event sub notifies the login server that that connection is now not active. And then the login server on its own, in its own turn, can notify the vault server. But for now, I think shouldn't bother with that, because that can be implemented later. The main thing is, I think I would need to keep this loop of retrieving the token from the login server and then using that token to communicate to the vault server. I don't think I can get rid of that. My initial idea, like before I started the stream, was that maybe event sub can handle that and like authenticate a user for a client and keep that in memory. So then we can do whatever we want. But I don't think that's possible. I mean, it is possible, to be honest. So if we do this through the event sub, what would that mean? That can be actually done pretty easily. So, crap, let me think. So we use, again, that's the very first, my idea that I tried to investigate today. So we use Ymirheim ID token to connect to event sub and request authentication, right? Oh yeah, that leads to another huge problem. This is why I discarded this idea. Another huge problem, because a client would have to authenticate every single user that is connected every time it connects to event sub, which is not possible for clients that in theory can handle thousands of users. This is why I discarded event sub. But technically, let's say this token gets issued and it gets stored on event sub level, right? It gets stored on event sub level. And then all the other requests just use that. And when this expires, we can notify the client. No, I don't think that's a good idea. That would also mean that event sub would have to persist those keys. Does it have to? So let's say a new user is connecting. We just use Ymirheim ID token. We talk to event sub. Event sub can take a look. Does it already know that token? If not, it sends request to the login server, and when the successful response arrives, it stores the token and sends like the information to the client that go ahead, you can work with that. Then we send, for example, set chat message command. Event sub now can validate that and then send it directly to the vault. And vault can completely ignore any validation. Like we can do validation here. And let's say this token doesn't expire. This information, let's say, doesn't expire at all. As long as event sub is alive, right? If it gets, for example, restarted, then all of those are gone. And when the client wait. This can actually be better if we plan this correctly. So if client doesn't store any tokens and it doesn't have to send those tokens together with the requests, and that information is stored permanently on event sub but not persistently, like there is no database. It only exists while event sub is live and the connection to the client is live. So we authenticate that connection. And that would only need to be done when we actually try to execute some requests on behalf of the user. This is too much for my limited brain. This is too much for my brain as well. But it's solvable. So, okay. Let's see. If we do authenticate the connection only when we try to request something on behalf of the user, and we disregard the situation when we need to like receive updates from user, that can be still handled like this. Like we can store subscriptions to events on the world level tied to a character. That would be like a separate request. We can make it like a separate explicit request. Like, do you want this client to be able to send you notifications about this, this, and this forever? And to disconnect that, you would have to go through this process, like actively disconnect it. So if we disregard that, then I think this will actually work. So when the client connects, we just authenticate the client against event sub with the client ID. And as soon as that is done, then it can start receiving messages from the vault for the subscribed events. It wouldn't have to actually authenticate every user to start receiving those events. So that's good. Right. Then, when we actually want to make any request on behalf of the user, like actively send the chat message, what we do is, at this point, this user is not authenticated against event sub. So what we do, we get the token from Ymirheim ID. We probably need to refresh it as well. And we, with that token, go to issue a request meant for the login server to event sub. So basically, we're sending requests to the login server. Let's say that login server validates the token and sends the information like access level, policies, available vaults, user ID back to event sub. And then event sub sends some of that information back to the client, like, for example, user ID and available vaults. It doesn't need to know access level and policies, even though nothing's wrong with that, but that's okay. But now event sub remembers that this client is authenticated to perform requests on behalf of user ID. Yeah, basically, user ID. This is all that it needs. And it knows what vaults are available. Maybe it can also care about access level and policies. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. But okay. It has that. Then the next request will go to the event sub directly. Client will know that it is authenticated. Event sub will know that, will check that, yeah, we have, like this client ID, we have user ID, vault ID, and character ID. So we don't care about the character ID, although we can request a list of characters for each vault on this step, theoretically. But that's okay. It can validate all of that and then send the message directly to the vault. Now, when any of that information, no, let's tackle different things. So let's say event sub dies, connection dies, to both the login and from both the login and the client. When it comes back up, it doesn't know anything. And basically when the client reconnects to event sub, that would be a new session. So yeah, we will repeat what we did, but then any subsequent calls will not need any interaction. Then yeah, when any of this information changes, like user access level changes, for example, that's a problem actually. But okay, if the user access level changes, or policies change, like user gets banned, then the login server, at the moment it detected that, can send a request to event sub to update that information. Doesn't even have to invalidate the token. It can just update the information directly on the event sub. And then that information will be checked and forwarded towards vault server. Okay. That's interesting. That's good. That's better than the tokens. One special case is the access level, though, because that one comes actually from Ymirheim ID. Ymirheim ID defines your access level. Every time you log into the game, it gets updated. So there's two possibilities here. Actually, I don't know. Actually, wait. We can actually at least use and refresh one token and keep it up to date. And it wouldn't be hard at all. So we can include this token, Ymirheim ID token, with every request done on behalf of a user. And we would need to refresh it. So when that token gets updated with a new access level, we can update it. Now, that's the job of the login server. Then we actually would have to do this round trip then. Every time this token gets changed, I guess. No, that's not a good idea. So when access level gets changed, yeah, that's interesting. That doesn't fit in this protocol, basically. Can we make this completely permanent? No, we can't. So yeah, basically I have a choice. Either store the information on the event sublevel and then it lives as long as the session between the client and event sub lives. When one of these die or the connection dies and it can't be like restored, the information is going to be gone. And I would have to make sure to send any updates from the login if something changes, like policies get changed. That's technically fine. That's much easier than invalidating the tokens. But yeah, another way would be to actually issue tokens from the login server and validate them on the vault. That can expire. What that gives us. So basically, on itself is basically just user policies or available vaults is changed, then we can invalidate the token, or the refreshed token will be containing the new information. Still, we will have the problem with the access level because that comes from this token. And this token can only be parsed by the login. So, well, technically, I can implement it on the vault, but I'm not sure if I want to. So if we keep this up to date, and it lives for 1 hour, and we refresh it every hour, then the access level technically gets refreshed pretty often. And we send it with every request. And event sub handles everything else. Then on the vault, for example, when the vault receives a request, It will have the user ID that comes from event sub, world ID, character ID, and it will have this token, so it can validate the token and extract access level from that, and everything else can be extracted from the data that comes from event sub. Maybe. That still leaves us with these subscriptions. And if the event sub has a persistent database, then technically we can store subscriptions there. We can store subscriptions there. What that gives us? We at least need to somehow authenticate the client, right? So it's going to be either here or on the login server, where we keep the list of clients and their tokens, secrets, and they authenticate, they're used to authenticate the client. So when the client connects, we would have to initiate that process. If it's stored on the event sub level, I don't really like storing any data here. I would like this to be a completely stateless application that I can scale easily. But theoretically, yeah, it can store some data. Like, for example, subscription. When a client subscribes to certain events meant for a specific user and character or character, then the vault can just shoot the messages for everyone into the event sub, and then event sub will rule it out and only send the messages to the clients that are subscribed and authenticated. And we can easily implement a UI for that, like web UI, on the event sub level. Like that would be not just event sub, but API server, which should be called like that in the first place. Let me even change the title. API server. It's going to be API. This is what I'm working on. Because yeah, it will need much more than just event sub. Okay, so if we have this API server, I have this API server. I was thinking about building that on top of sockets.io, but maybe it would actually be better to build it on ASP.NET. So I have proper access to proper database in that case, and I can build whatever API I actually need and have event sub on top of that. Maybe. So if that would be on this side, wait, that would mean if I make it a proper web application, that the client, no, wait. I was thinking that maybe they can authenticate against that thing. One sec. I would really like to use Ymirheim ID as the source of truth for like the actual API clients. And I can do that. I'm basically already doing that. Like Ymirheim launcher is an API client, and the API for that is technically like the game client. I mean, the client for that is the game client. So the API is the resource that we are protecting, right? In terms of OAuth 2, this API server so this API server is the resource protected by Ymirheim ID. Then we can authenticate the users and the clients on that API server with the tokens issued by Ymirheim ID. And this would still have to issue like WebSocket events to the login server and to the vault. So this thing still needs to know what's the actual user ID that needs to be used and what is like the subscribed character on the selected vault. So when you connect a client to this, you will be redirected back to the API server when you authenticate, right? Maybe. No, wait a second. No. You won't be. You'll be redirected back to the client so the client can obtain the token and then it can communicate to the API server and either direct the user to the page or do that through the REST API. It would have to select a vault and the character. So we send the request to get the list of worlds, for example. And that request gets directed to the login with the token supplied by the client. Yeah. So first of all, this thing can validate the token, and also the login can validate the token. And then the login returns the list of worlds and the user ID and like policies and stuff like that, right? Also, the login server is going to be connected to the API through the WebSockets. It's going to be online. But okay, we can cache that information. So the token, yes, okay. So token has to be supplied for every request on behalf of the user. Because yeah, we are executing a request against the API. And that would mean that this token would have to be refreshed periodically. And that's totally fine. As soon as you are actively using the client, your token can be refreshed. And it can be done in background with refresh tokens. No problem. But that would mean that the API server would be able to update the access level pretty frequently. And also, this being a web application, Ymirheim ID can technically notify the API that the token is invalid or something like that if I really need that. So we can always check the access level. We can assume that it's already up to date always. We then store this association of Ymirheim ID user ID and the game server user ID on the API level. We can store that permanently. Now, next thing that we need is keeping up to date. So access level, so this doesn't change. The user access level is virtually up to date if we consider refreshing token. Policies and available worlds, that needs to be requested from the login. And it can be done in multiple ways. So the easiest would probably be that we store these values, policies and available worlds in the database. And we rely on the fact that the login server is, when it's operational, is always connected to the API. It's not going to be the case sometimes though. So let's say the API is offline. We still have the data. This API, I need to keep in mind that this API is not only gonna be the WebSocket thing. WebSocket is good and nice, but yeah, the API in theory, later would need to have like a just normal REST API. And that means that it needs to like it needs to be able to get these policies Hmm. Like, I have a feeling that actually developing these policies was a bad idea. Probably I should have used claims on the Ymirheim ID level for everything. That would simplify everything, basically. But yeah, I did forget that I actually need a proper API later on to be able to access game data directly from the server. On behalf of a user. But technically it can work the same way as I planned with this token, no problem. Doesn't matter what kind of transport we use, WebSockets or plain HTTP. So if we go with these tokens, that would mean to perform any like world scope operation, you would need to first obtain the token. So you use your Ymirheim ID token, and you execute a request or send a WebSocket message to the API to authenticate a character, let's say. And the login server, the API contacts to the login server. Login server issues a token, signs it, and sends it back to you. And then you can use that token to do other requests that concern this character. And we can call it like a character token. It could be even more explicit to the user, to be honest. So the clients theoretically can redirect the user to the API page where they would have to like agree that yes, I give this client access to the API to this character provide this information, and then we get back to the client with that token that can be refreshed. But then, yeah, we have this. access level is on this token. So we still need to use this and maybe the character token together. And to refresh the character token, we would need to issue a request to the API. Yeah, to the API. And the API... No, wait. Yeah, like theoretically, API can contact the login again, sign the token, get back to the user. But yeah, another way of doing this would be, yeah, in case of WebSockets, we can store that information in the session. Even with web requests, maybe we can do it now. It's a bad idea. Still, it's same thing. It's some kind of token, but now it's going to be issued by the API, right? Crap. So this idea, let's think about it a little bit more. So we have the token from Ymirheim ID. It doesn't contain any game-related information. We can use API, but in scope of account, the whole account. And that would mean I don't think I can even implement the list characters or something like that and point on a proper REST API because it's synchronous. It will have to wait for the response of the login server. Technically, yeah, I can with asyncs, which would wait for a WebSocket message from the login server. So technically I still can. But wait, another way of doing this is API can indeed have access to the actual database. Would that be an option? Access to the actual game database. What would that mean? That would mean that the API itself can validate the token from Ymirheim ID and find the correct user. It could also find the actual character that belongs to the user on the specified world. But yeah, I don't think I really like this idea, because now two multiple things would have access to different things, would have access to the game database, which is like two separate databases, login database and the world database. Oh. But yeah, that would mean that I would be able to do something like Ragnarok Online 1 pirate servers do for their control panel. They just have access to the database directly. Good that or bad? I don't know. Actually, that's bad. Because let's say you want to operate the mail. No, actually mail is completely goes through the database always. So it can be that we implement the mail like that, mark it as well. So a lot of actions, theoretically, could be done through the database directly. But that's a little bit dangerous. So the game servers actually run migrations against the database. So they keep up the structure of the database. This thing will never be able to do that. So we need to be careful to keep it up to date. Another thing is, when the game server is offline, nobody should be able to do anything with the game database. But the API would have access to that, so I don't know. And again, that would mean that we have duplicated logic, for example, to validate the token, authenticate the user like that, and all the operations with the game entities, like mail, for example. That would mean that it would be done from two separate places, the same thing from the vault, and actually not from the vault. It's done through the zone, which contacts the database directly. But still, it's better than having a separate API server that's not related in any way, and it can be forced to be the same version. Crap, I was hoping to solve this in like half an hour and start working on that and finish this today. But yeah, this is much more complex than I anticipated, at least in terms of like defining their architecture. I don't know. I have no idea how to do this. But yeah, technically, if this API would be able to connect at least to the login server, at least to the login, to the login database. That would mean that we can authenticate the user directly, even update their access level directly in the database. We will be able to find the policies. What else do we need? So execute, for example, a chat message. command, right? We need the authenticated user. So like this thing. Sure. We also need to know what user ID is that. I'm not sure I can use just the token from Ymirheim ID to operate the API. I think I do need to like operate with API sessions or something like that, which actually makes sense. So you log in with this API, with this token against the API, and then this API can authenticate with a specific user. To do that, so let's say we don't connect to the game database, we only connect to the login database. If we connect only to the login database, we can just authenticate the user and have the actual game user ID. And we can list the vaults, right? We cannot list the characters though, because those are in each separate vault. And to do that, we would have to execute the query against the vault. And for the most operations, we do need the character ID. How can we overcome that? I mean, yeah, we can connect to the vault database as well. Then we will be able to retrieve the list of characters very easily, return that in a proper REST form. So for example, let's say somebody uses the token to what? To list vaults and characters, for example, as a single request, because that's probably gonna be the single most useful API endpoint. So like get characters, and it will list every vault, and within each vault every character that you have, and you will have character IDs. Right. Then we somehow need let's see. So if we don't do anything, if we don't generate any token at that point for a character or anything, we just use like a combination of Ymirheim ID token, user ID, vault ID, character ID, and we send it to the API from using whatever means, whatever protocol. Then the API would have to be responsible to validate that. And that would mean, again, going to the database, authenticating the token, going to the database, getting the information about the user, vault and character, maybe, as well. And then sending the request to the vault. But again, if we have like REST API, the WebSocket architecture is gonna be a problem. if we want to do that through the actual Vault server logic. It doesn't mean that we cannot send asynchronous messages, like send a chat message. We can just acknowledge that and that's it. And send an event to the Vault server, right? That's actually can be good. Wait. That can be a good distinction between real-time messages and working with data. So something like sending a chat message, sending a private message, that would be an asynchronous real-time event. And that would be just sent directly to the Vault. Receiving messages, that would be the WebSocket subscription thing. Right. Then what else? Get a list of friends, for example. We can do that from the database. We don't know, though, which one of them are online. So that's... But technically that can be implemented through asynchronous events. So you request online friends to be delivered to you, and they gonna be delivered to you through the WebSockets. And then also if you subscribe to the events, maybe when your friend comes online or offline, a message can be sent. Right. Character information can be pulled from the database directly. Mail can be done through the database directly. Market also. Okay, this can actually work. So we can use token to fully authenticate the user on the API and basically work with any information that we need. And if we need to contact the servers, we do that through the WebSocket protocol if the servers are connected currently. If not, well, servers are not available. Also, theoretically, I can force the API to go offline if the login server is not connected or if a Vault is offline or not connected. Should be trivial to do as well. Okay, that becomes a little bit more complex, unfortunately. But okay, back to the case of a client that handles a lot of different users. So far, I was considering the API part as a REST API that you execute like a single request and we have a single user. But what if we have thousands of users that we need to handle? So technically, all the requests are gonna be absolutely the same. The only question is receiving events. So subscribing to the events. And that actually can be done through a subscription, and it can be stored in the API, on the API level. And it can actually store that information in the login database in this case. Like I can use game login database as the main database for the API itself, plus it's going to connect to the databases of each Vault. I think this is going to be good. So when we subscribe, so where was that? We don't even send a request to event sub. We can just send a REST request, HTTP request, with our client ID, client ID, client ID. Do I even have that information somewhere in the token or whatever? I think I can add it, no problem. Yeah, as a claim or something. Pretty sure I can. So, like, we have a client ID. And that can be client ID registered on Ymirheim ID, right? And we use that to create this subscription. So we need client ID, we need character ID. We can also easily store user ID, world ID, and character ID, and the list of all the events that we want to subscribe to. And we store that in our database. So when the client connects, via WebSockets, no, client connects just as a client. Wait, yeah, this I think has to be a separate thing somehow. I don't know. So the client is not going to be connecting on behalf of a user to the WebSockets. It's just going to connect. Wait. So it can just connect, right? And then we subscribe. So it can connect and receive a message, session ID for the WebSockets. And then it can send a request. So please subscribe me. Again, we have the problem with thousands of users for a single client, right? That means I don't know. That means that the client would have to use like a token of an admin of that client to connect to the API and execute requests that are not on behalf of a user, but on behalf of the... wait. For that, I would need just a separate flow of OAuth. Okay. I don't know, I would have to investigate that a little bit. But yeah, technically, like if we can identify the client, we will have the table of the subscriptions, right? Still, I don't really like the client to have a permanent notification channel. Another way of doing this would be that you register this client on the API. So you send request like I don't even know. Like to create the subscriptions, you send the request with your client ID, or maybe even not with ID or whatever. You just send the request to the web API to create a subscription, event subscription session. Not session. Event subscription catalog, I don't know. It will give you back the ID. Then you can use that ID to subscribe each user. And you can also use that ID when you're connecting to the WebSockets. So then you receive the updates to the subscribed users. Maybe. No. But yeah, one thing for sure is I need to start an ASP.NET project for the API and implement maybe not even WebSocket server. Maybe I still can use a separate socket.io server, but the API is gonna be there anyway. Yeah, probably. And we keep all the subscriptions there. We don't bother Vault with that. Keep all the subscriptions there. And yeah, I think we can have socket.io as the WebSocket server. It's just that the API itself will connect to it. And also login Vault, they will also connect to that and communicate with the API through that server, I guess. It's just I need to keep in mind that that would be only for asynchronous real-time operations, like send a chat message. If we need to work with the database, the ASP.NET application will do that. Okay. So does that solve the problem for the clients? How would that look like from the client standpoint? So we obtained the token, right? We authenticated the user and obtained like a refresh token. So using that, we can just execute HTTP requests against the API. And that's it. Then, and yeah, we include our token with the requests, and we just specify user ID, world ID, character ID that we can obtain by requesting that API in a separate request. So first time when connecting the client with the user, we get the token from Ymirheim ID, we execute request against the API to retrieve the list of characters, and from there we pick specific world ID and character ID, and we store that chosen information. Hello, Kiatani, hi. So, so we store that information, and then, yeah, that information is going to be available directly through the database. And then when we need to execute some other requests, we just again use the token and we specify that information, and the API server will just validate that each time. We can cache that, I guess, but yeah, it will validate and return you the query or send an asynchronous query. Sounds empty here, but I just recently finished my work and now I'm here on the distribution phase. What do you mean? So I think this is the way to go. And for the client, it's very transparent actually, because they only need this token and just the chosen character basically involved. Just updated the game, but where can I send it on Discord? What do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand what we're talking about in general. Ah, sorry, wait, I remember now. Sorry. I don't know. You can send it on the game dev channel, I guess, or in self-promotion if you want. Whatever you pick, it's fine. Sorry, I get confused. I didn't remember from the top of my head what we were talking about. But yeah, you finished your game. Congrats. So, what about the subscriptions then? They still look a little bit weird with this approach. But yeah, I guess we connect to the WebSocket server, we receive the session ID, and then we can execute a request to the API to resume our subscriptions. Let's say that. Let's say it like that. And then the API will populate the WebSocket server with all the required information, like associations of the session ID with like subscriptions to certain events and certain character IDs. That can actually take some time, to be honest. But yeah, I think this is the way I'm gonna start working on. It's not gonna be just a single socket.io server. I still need the actual API, and I think the best way would be to avoid contacting the game servers as much as possible, because otherwise it will be hell. Because if we don't connect to the databases directly, that would mean that with this token, to retrieve the character lists, we would have to go to the login server. Login server would validate the token and return the list of the characters. But that's just a part of the problem. We also need to somehow keep it up to date, or we need to issue a token here and keep the token up to date. But if we do it like this, then we don't have to worry about anything. We just would have to authenticate the user on this level using the database. We will have access to the policies. We would have to re-implement the checks of the policies there. But that's not a big deal, I think. And what? And yeah, for asynchronous events, we can just send them to the Vault server, for example, directly. And we don't actually need the login, but still, I think it would be a good idea to keep, to check if the login is connected. And if it's not, we're basically gonna shut down the API. We're not gonna allow any requests while the server is offline. And we're not gonna allow any Vault level, Vault scope requests when the Vault server is offline. But okay, unfortunately, this is a bit more complex than I thought. It's not one day of work. It's gonna take some time because I would have to re-implement the logic of interacting with the database. But we can start with something small. We can start just with the chat and basic character info in the character list. And then we can extend that. The web version of the game is having issues with OpenGL, yeah. I can imagine. But okay. I think this is enough theory. Remembering that I actually needed a proper HTTP API and not just event bus actually made some things pretty straightforward. I just can't communicate with the login server to authenticate. It's not realistic in this approach. But I still have to somehow, using just the user's token from Ymirheim ID, operate with the data that belongs to them. So yeah, I think this is gonna be it. But I will, I guess, start tomorrow, I think, working on all of this. And what do I need? I need an ASP.NET application. I needed to be able to connect at least to, no, I needed to actually be able to connect to all the game databases. Right. And I think that can be a good start. That at least will output the list of the characters and maybe return some character information for one specific character. That would be a good start. I think I can make that work easily. And the next step would be the event bus, which would be probably a 𝙽𝙸𝚂 application that we can connect to from the ASP.NET and from the game servers. And then that would mean that the API will be able to know when the servers are online or offline. Okay. So yeah, I think this is it for today. Unfortunately, this was a whole day of theory and no actual coding, but at least I clarified some things in my mind. So let's see, can we rate somebody? Let's maybe rate 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸🡪. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. I've spent this whole day, basically this whole stream, working on the theory of the API, but at least I clarified a lot of things. I understand now how to approach this, and it shouldn't be too hard. It should be relatively easy. And once we have the API, we will be able to have a lot of nice integrations, which could be done relatively easily, and even by like other people, not just by me. So hopefully someone will help me with that. But okay, this is gonna be it for today. I will most likely be back tomorrow with some actual implementation of the API. And maybe we can have like a working version tomorrow of the very basic implementation. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Have a nice day. Let's go raid 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸🡪 and bye-bye.